side. On mic, okay? Usar your feet. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and especially to our viewing audience on social media. Welcome. This is the Montego Bay leg, the Zone B leg of the hashtag AFiWiRepublic Secondary Schools debate competition. And you're watching the first match for the day. We're happy to have you, and we are delighted that you are committing to be here. Want to encourage you to send a notice to your friends and families, have them join and help us to boost the spirits of these very, very strong debaters who you will see in a minute or so from now. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I'll be the chair adjudicator for this match. And beside me are two excellent wing adjudicators. I'll allow them now to introduce themselves.
Hi, morning everyone. My name is Michaela Harvey, and I will be serving as a judge for this debate along with my colleague.
You're talking in my miss.
Oh, you're not hearing?
Go ahead, you're on that.
Okay, apologies. So my name is Michaela Harvey, and I'll be serving as one of the judges for this debate competition. And I'm also here serving with my colleague. I'll allow him to introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Onel Bailey, and I will also be serving as a judge throughout the proceedings of this debate.
All right, excellent. So now that you've gotten acquainted with the judges, ladies and gentlemen, this is a special kind of debate because, you know, in debates you usually have at least two teams. Well, for this match, we have just one team, and that team is from the great Mount Alvernia High School. Round of applause. Yes. All right, excellent. So they will be debating on side proposition, and the motion that is up for debate this morning, I'll invite my colleague adjudicator, Onel Bailey, to read the motion.
The motion reads, "This House regrets the convention whereby sitting members of Parliament can also be cabinet members." I will go again. This House regrets the convention whereby sitting members of Parliament can also be cabinet members.
Excellent. All right. So that's a fascinating motion. And very soon we'll hear the arguments from the lone team in this debate, the proposition. But they don't just get a pass that easy. We as the judges will ask them points of information throughout. They must answer every single point of information that we ask them. And of course, at the very end, we'll give some feedback as to how they did in terms of their speech delivery, the ideas that they posited, and certainly how well they engaged with the points of information coming from us, the adjudicators. In terms of the rules of the competition, they have been brief, but for you, our viewing audience, we will inform you that the speaker times are as follows. The first speaker gets 8 minutes, the second speaker gets 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker gets 3 minutes. Now, because this is a one-sided affair, we will not have a reply speech, but definitely we will have the first 3 speakers, after which I will return with some feedback. All right? So that said, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and do enjoy the debate, which starts momentarily. right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our debate to begin. At this time, I call upon the first speaker from the proposition team representing Mount Alvernia High School to step forward and to present their arguments. Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Time, please. Can I get a minute, please?
Maybe 10 seconds.
That's fine. Okay, we begin now. No one arm of government should yield too much power. It is for that reason why we have the separation of powers. It is to prevent the concentration of unchecked power and to provide for checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, viewers, and listeners, pleasant good morning. Today we argue the convention whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet members. The affirmative side strongly regrets this constitution. To begin, Jamaica's government is made up of 3 branches: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. In the current constitution, all members of the executive are also members of the legislature, and this House believes that this is the source of accumulation of power and corruption in government today. The executive branch, which is made up of the Prime Minister and ministers of the cabinet, is responsible for regulating matters concerning the country's financial activities in order to promote economic development within the country. The legislative branch, which is made up of our members of parliament and senators, is responsible for establishing the laws that govern a territory. Their powers may include passing laws, establishing the government's budget, confirming executive appointments, ratifying treaties, and investigating the executive branch. May I repeat, investigating the executive branch, whose members also sit on the legislature? Is this the constitution the opposition believes will remedy the country's ongoing problems, which are all by factors of corruption, lies, and coercion?
Point of information.
Accepted.
Why aren't the standing committees of parliament an adequate mechanism for holding cabinet ministers accountable?
Because the members of the executive also sit on the legislature. If the legislature is supposed to investigate the executive members and their wrongdoings, then they will be coerced into believing that they are doing the right thing and they're not held accountable for the stuff that they are doing. Continuing. Today, as first speaker, I will define the separation of power and why it is needed and how it prevents the abuse of power. I will also outline how this convention gives the executive leverage over the legislature as well as leverage over government resources, and I will introduce our alternative conventions. Our second speaker will examine how the separation of power may lead to ineffective MPs and a system of yes men in parliament. Our third speaker will abolish any misconceptions by illustrating how the fusion of the legislative and executive in Jamaica can lead to poor performing MPs and ministers. Today, I stand before you as the first affirmative speaker to discuss a fundamental principle that lies at the heart of modern democratic societies: the separation of powers. This principle is vital for the functioning of a just and fair government. I will highlight the importance by examining 3 key aspects: the need for checks and balances, the prevention of corruption, and the avoidance of excessive centralization of power. Let's start by thinking about why the division of powers is crucial. Power shouldn't be concentrated in the hands of a single entity or a single person, according to this principle. Instead, it ought to be divided among the different departments of the government. By doing this, we make sure that each branch serves as a check on the others and that no one branch comes overly dominant. The system of checks and balances is the cornerstone of separation of powers. It acts as a safeguard against the abuse of authority and the tyranny that can arise from centralized power. This system ensures that decisions are thoroughly examined and debated, reducing the likelihood of hasty or arbitrary actions. Another critical aspect of the separation of power is its role in eliminating corruption. By dispersing power among different branches, we create a system of accountability and transparency.
Point of information.
Accepted.
If cabinet ministers aren't also legislators, don't you recognize that the passage of legislation, which is going to be incredibly important for the good governance of the country, is going to be far more difficult given the fact that ministers are not likely to be able to ensure that proper legislations are passed that affect their respective ministries?
In selecting who our cabinet members are, we are going to choose legible persons that, that are smart and that are talented in doing what cabinet members ought to do. Moreover, the separation of power prevents power from becoming centralized in a single entity. When power is concentrated, it opens the door to abuse and the erosion of individual liberties. A powerful example of the dangers of centralized power can be found in history. The rise of authoritarian regimes such as Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany or Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union exemplifies the consequences of unchecked power. By dispersing power among multiple branches, we ensure that no single branch can yield absolute authority. This diffusion of power helps to protect the rights and freedoms of individuals as decisions are made through collective deliberation and consensus building. In conclusion, the separation of powers is of paramount importance in the functioning of a just and democratic society. It serves as a necessary safeguard against the abuse of authority, corruption, and the excessive centralization of power by maintaining a system of checks and balances. We can ensure that decisions are made with prudence and in the best interest of the people. The United States, with its division of power among the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, stand as a prime example of the successful implementation of this principle. Let us continue to champion this principle as it upholds the very foundations of our democracy and safeguards our collective rights and freedoms. My second objective entails examining how the executive gains leverage over the legislature and government resources due to the dual mandate. According to Ugandan political analysts, gauges that the fusion favors the executive and allows for a lot of influence over parliament, which constricts the oversight role. When the head of the executive branch also serves as the head of government, they often possess significant influence and power. They have the ability to...
Point of information.
Accepted.
Can Jamaica's government actually operate without some correlation between the executive and the legislative arm of government?
There has to be a correlation between government branches. However, there shouldn't be any accumulation of power. An accumulation of power arises from our executive members sitting on the cabinet. Continuing, they have the ability to set the legislative agenda. When the head of the executive branch also serves as the head of government, they often possess significant influence and power. They have the ability to set the legislative agenda, propose bills, and shape policies. This leverage can stem from their role as the leader of the political party or coalition that holds the majority of the legislature. Moreover, the dual mandate gives the executive control over government resources, which can further strengthen their hold on power. As the head of the government, the executive branch has control over the allocation and utilization of public funds and resources. This control allows them to shape and direct governmental policies and initiatives according to their priorities and vision. It is crucial to maintain robust checks and balances to ensure that power is exercised responsibly and in the best interest of the people. Transparency, accountability, and a vibrant legislative process are essential elements to safeguard against potential abuses. This would ensure that MPs can focus solely on their legislative responsibilities, representing the interests of their constituents and engaging in debates and discussions within the legislature without the potential conflicts and time constraints of executive roles. And this is why, when cabinet members are elected, they are supposed to resign from their legislative duties.
All right, thank you so very much for that fine speech. I now call upon the second speaker, also representing Mount Alvernia High School, to present their case. Hear, hear. Something that I should have announced at the beginning. So you're hearing some bell sounds and you're probably wondering what are those about. So when you hear the bell go off once, let's hear the bell. Okay, so when you hear that sound once, it means that you've spoken for 1 minute. When you hear it again, it means that you have 1 minute left. When you hear it twice quickly, that means that you are out of time, but we're kind. So we give you 10 seconds extra. And then at that point you should stop. All right? Okay. Okay. You may begin your speech.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, audience, I bid you good day. Our country's governance personifies a cup of water. Without the cup, water moves recklessly, creating an unwanted mess. The government has a crucial role in holding this country together, and without it, there will be unimaginable chaos. However, issues such as members of parliament becoming cabinet ministers create fissures within our government, resulting in instability, thereby fabricating that which we were implemented to prevent. The executive arm of government is made up of the Prime Minister and ministers which he has the luxury of appointing. A leader will only align himself with persons who will support and boost his power. In this case, the Prime Minister only selects members of parliament associated with his party, thereby creating a politicized and partisan cabinet. In a Jamaica Gleaner article titled Cut the Umbilical Cord of Politics, Imani Duncan Price stated that the Prime Minister in Jamaica, as head of the executive, also determines the biggest prize of all MPs.
Point of information.
Accepted.
Your colleague debater just championed the American system
Yes.
as being ideal for Jamaica.
Yes.
But are you also not recognizing that your team is also advocating for gridlock and lamed up governments?
And lamed up governments.
Yes, gridlock and lamed up governments.
Can you emphasize a little bit more?
Right, so gridlock is when the executive is trying to get legislation passed. For example, when the executive of America was trying to get what they call common sense gun legislation passed, but the Congress refused to pass such legislation. So that's gridlock because there is no progressive movement within the legislature in America, the Congress. That's a necessary outcome of your mechanism. How do you respond to that challenge?
Well, I'm not sure as to what you're referring to. However, we plan to
All right, I see that one bold you. You can continue.
Yes.
Other speakers on the team can choose to formulate a response to help her.
Okay, thank you. As it offers advantages, the advantages of them effectively delivering to their constituencies with the access to greater resources. However, in order to achieve this, they try their best not to bite the hands that feed them, answering directly to the Prime Minister, ready to favor him in any way possible, instead of answering to the people who elected them to lead and represent them. Furthermore, as long as the blinding light of this big prize ruptures the vision of these MPs, they will never, as stated by Imani Duncan Price, go against them or hold their party leaders or Prime Minister or even other members of cabinet to account. This leaves us with the weak MPs who, instead of representing the people who elected them to office, they merely become yes-men and backbenchers, adding nothing to Parliament.
Point of information.
Yes. Accepted.
You argue that what we need more of in Jamaica is accountability, and that is achieved, according to you, through separation of powers. But don't you also recognize that there are a vast array of accountability mechanisms, checks and balances already in the system? You have an opposition that's holding the executive to account. You have the various committees of parliament that are also holding them to account. You have the people of the country. You have civil society, to name a few, that is holding the executive to account. Why do we need more?
However, these checks and balances are not effective in holding these members accountable. As oppositions, when they become the head of this country, they do the exact same thing that the government is doing exactly right now.
So, point of information, wouldn't you say then that the issue is accountability and not necessarily the separation of power? If both things can happen and exist in your world, where even though they are separated, you can still have this happening where our party or opposition can still be corrupt, they can still put forward the same issues. Don't you think that this is not an issue of separation of power, but rather accountability?
Well, separation of power counts or brings forth accountability, as was stated by Mr. Jermaine Barrett. Checks and balances are in place to which the separation of power has put forward. However, these are not being implemented by the government. And if the opposition is put in place, they do the exact same thing. Ministers are expected to act not merely as partisan politicians, but as members of a governing coalition that has to reach and stick to complex multi-party agreements. The exclusion of ministers from parliament can therefore be seen in this context as part of a power-sharing arrangement that is intended to politicize the executive. The executive arm of government is the head of this country, responsible for running the day-to-day operations. They are to be without fault or blemish. Therefore, political standing cannot plague this arm as it diminishes the responsibility and obligation to the people.
On that point, I think that's a very naive view. In your world,
yes,
the executive, the cabinet, is appointed by political operatives. Chances
Yes.
are the prime minister or the president, whomever, would appoint said persons. Those persons would have to be loyal to the person appointing them and the party that has seen to their appointment. So they are political in nature.
However, there can be independent cabinet ministers as well, because politics cabinet ministry, right? They seem to act in favor of the party instead of the people, which they are supposed to be leading. So independent ministers can be appointed, loyal to the prime minister as well.
You may continue.
Therefore, cabinet ministers should not be selected from the House of Representatives, which operates on political standing. Instead, the Prime Minister should select persons outside of the House, experienced and qualified in the significant ministries necessary for the effective running of this country. Instead of copying the negative actions of the first world countries, we should adopt the positive aspects as well. In Spain, ministers may be chosen from among MPs. However, they afford the option of selecting outside of the parliament as well, and this method has been proven effective in other first world countries, such as the United States. Why can't we catch this flu? This would prevent the biased motives and ambitions influenced by the political standing to affect the effective management of the country, and also deepen the quality of ministerial government without undermining the principle of accountability to Parliament. This solution will ensure that the country is run for the people and by the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Second speaker came under some fierce attacks there, but you held your ground. All right, so we're now going to invite the third speaker to step forward and to present her presentation. Let's make her welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators and spectators, good evening. Through this debate, we would have heard multiple arguments made. However, what the opposition fails to realize is that this is not a perfect world. Although under this new republic, we aim to create a more fair Jamaica, working for the people, we must acknowledge that no system is perfect. You brought up the difference in the contrast with my Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister made. However, there needs to be a mixture. We need to look at these various systems and take from each what is needed to make Jamaica truly a great country. Now I begin into my point. My Prime Minister would have discussed the importance of separation of power and why it is of good governance. And my Deputy Prime Minister would have zeroed in on the politicization of the cabinet. I am here to add my voice to this debate by exploring why MPs serving as cabinet ministers lead to inefficiency. Politicians are humans too. When we cut them, Mr. Speaker, do they not bleed? What do we think will happen if they are given so much work? We must see that both roles, as being members of parliament and also members of the cabinet, are extremely hard jobs in which need full dedication. For if we are to truly serve the people we were elected to, we must do these jobs to the best of our abilities.
Point of information.
Yes.
Isn't the problem that politicians, by and large, just take on too much that is above their core role? So as an MP, for example, your role is that of a legislator. But politicians tend to, be the dons of their constituencies. If they were to narrow their focus on the essentials, then they wouldn't be burnt out as much as they are being burnt out currently.
Thank you for that question. But may I firstly say that in everything, do we not try our best to go beyond and above for our people? A lot of times, that is what the politicians do promise us. But you further help my point. When we look at the fact that these persons who are holding both points are, as you said, burnt out, they are humans, as I previously stated. Between having so many roles between legislative and executive, we see that they are stressed from running to homes, to meetings, to the various responsibilities, as a cart and spread themselves too thin. What happens when them spread themselves too thin, Mr. Speaker? We find that they are inefficient in not one, but sometimes both jobs, which serves no one. According to Dr. Elliot Brumman, a senior program officer with the International IDEAS, Construction Building Programs Manager, the ministers of the members of legislature, however, it is quite difficult for them to manage both such demanding jobs. We see where various development economists and political analysts, such as one based in Uganda, added to this point when she mentioned that both arms of government are weakened when the people serve as both. We must know when too much is on our plate. Sometimes we can see that this leads to them being totally incompetent and underperform severely.
Point of information. Yes. When a government is brought into power, when they are elected by the people of the country, they are elected on a mandate, a promise that they will do certain things. In your world, that promise is likely not to be able to be kept when it is that when the executive is faced with a legislature that just does not do what the people want the executive to do. That we contend is most undemocratic.
But the truth of the matter is that this would only get worse if they are not able to prioritize and focus on one task. We find that in a regular space when they would only have to deal with one problem or a problem severely to the member of cabinet, they have to deal with multiple issues, and therefore it leaves every area being short-staffed and underdone, which leads to it being underperforming. We see that the very people we have elected to represent us to the fullest of their abilities are overworked and overexerted, leading to their incapabilities to do their job. Therefore, as we journey to a new republic, it is essential to separate the legislative and the executive body. I thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. Give them a round of applause, please. They really deserve it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a debate. Intense, wasn't it, Mount Alvernia? Huh? I think the questions that we asked were easy? No, challenging, eh? And that was the intention, right? We had to give you some opposition, given the fact that you don't have a legitimate opposition here. So I'll just comment generally about how you performed. So the speeches, I thought the ideas were good. I got some what I call low-hanging fruits for a debate like this. You know, ideas surrounding the conflation of roles, the executive also sitting in the legislature, and that creates ideas surrounding corruption and manipulation and so forth. What I thought I would have liked to hear a lot clearer was exactly how this corruption occurs. Simply saying that it is a corrupt process doesn't really convince me that it actually is. Yes? So I know you got to points, you were hinting at some ideas, but it would have been nicer had those ideas been a little better developed. The idea about burnout and just politicians just doing too much, being an executive member sitting on the cabinet, but also performing roles as a legislature is an important idea. And I liked the fact that it came fulsomely from the third speaker, but I thought that an idea like that should have ideally come closer up in the debate as we think about, you know, where to prioritize argument, because that's a bombshell idea, all right? And it's important that it comes earlier up because it gives your opposers the chance to engage with it because it's such an important idea. I mean, it might have been strategic from your vantage point to place it there so that they don't get a lot of chance to challenge it, and then that idea gets credited substantially. I want to talk to you a little bit about the ideas that you heard coming from us as judges, right? So I'll speak specifically about the one that you struggled to answer, the idea of gridlock, the idea of a lame duck government. Those are ideas that are quite prevalent in the American system, yes? In America, you have a government coming into being, the executive coming into being. The president gets a chance to select his executive, his ministers, if you will, they call them secretaries, and then they constitute the executive. The executive it doesn't perform legislative roles. But there's a problem that comes up ever so often in America where the executive trying to get things done that require legislation for those things to be done, they find that Congress, which is their parliament, if you will, choose not to give them the legislative ammunition to get these things done. So they may have made promises to the people voted them in, and then at the end of the day, they say, boy, we're fighting with Congress, but we can't get any progress on these things. And the example that I raised was, Barack Obama and the current US president committing to implement legislation, common sense gun control legislation. The executive is committed to do this. The executive was elected presumably because the people of the country voted in support of what it is that they were committed to doing. But they can't get any progress because the legislature, the Congress, is saying, nope, we're not doing it. And so that we contend may be bad for democracy. Do you now understand? Yes. Right. The legislature passes laws. The legislature passes laws. So that's an important point. Another point that I thought the response was maybe a little wanting was the idea of, well, if you operate as a minister in a ministry, and because of your unique vantage point, you know the kinds of legislation that you need to have happen. Instead of having to go and beg and plead with the legislature to get these legislations enacted, you sit in the legislation, you sit in a position of significant influence, and you can drive the legislative agenda of the parliament. That we contend may be a more efficient way of seeing to the passage of good legislation that has a direct positive impact on the people's lives.
But sir, even though this
do you have a mic? You want to give her a mic, please?
It's hard. Even though this can be a positive outlook on this point of view, however, this can be also negative as giving example to Minister Edmund Bartlett, who allocates tourism funds only to the Montego Bay area. Mostly to the Montego Bay area instead of and he is responsible for a Ministry of Tourism all over Jamaica, for all of Jamaica, right? So if they get to sit in the legislature and push legislation needed for their ministry. This can also be, as my colleague said, supporting corruption also. So it can be a positive outlook and a negative outlook as well.
Yes. Okay. Use the microphone, please, because we need our audience on social media to hear the comments being made and to join in the discussion. Feel free as well to share your thoughts, your ideas in the chat, and we may very well be able to engage with them.
So that was my biggest concern as well. So when the point had been raised, when you have a separation of power like that, remember a government is elected to do X thing. When you already have a vision or know what you're doing, for example, you're all sitting here today with one common aim, to prove to us that they regret this decision. The fact that you, her, and her all have a common theme, you know what to pick up on because she has left off. So it is in fact important that they serve in that capacity. So as you say, you're not having a gridlock situation. I understand your concern, but in a situation like that, you put in areas for accountability rather than taking it away. Right. Because the truth of the matter is the good of having them in that position does outweigh what can happen. And the truth is also, even if you do have a separation of power, that does not completely eliminate corruption, that it will always be a problem. So in that sense, I don't think that would be what you would need to address. You would have more measures put in place for accountability as opposed to separating completely. Because when you separate, you have a situation like that where we can have a gridlock. I know what I was placed into this government to do, but I cannot get a legislation passed because you and I are not on the same wavelength.
But will these measures of accountability control the situation? Yes, it's on. Control the situation, as we stated that because the house of the parliament is politicized, right? You will automatically want to rule in favor of your party, or you would want to support members of, so even if they're in the wrong, they are in the right, if you get what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. You can go ahead, Jeremy.
Right, so a few things here. The first thing is again, it goes back to the point I opened with, the kind of assertive stance about, greater corruptions, and you're talking there about, for example, people being locked into partisan positions and defending only party interest. It takes my mind back to it takes my mind to the need for greater engagement and questions surrounding the accountability mechanisms that exist in the parliament. And within the society at large. So if Minister Edmund Bartlett, for example, is spending tourism dollars in Montego Bay predominantly, unless he has a justifiable reason, the parliament can demand that he spends it in more equitable ways. The people of Jamaica, let's say the people of St. Mary not getting any tourism dollar, they can demand of the Minister of Tourism that they spend some tourism enhancement fund money or TPDCO money in their area. So there are accountability mechanisms. So is the problem not with it seems to me that the problem may very well be with the stringency of the accountability measures. For example, we spoke about parliamentary committees, and they say, well, the politicians, the partisan people are already within the committees of parliament. So they won't be held accountable. But within many of these committees, you have a majority of opposition members of these committees who can provide oppositional response and oppositional challenges to what governments do. The parliament as a whole, ministers have to come and have to give account and have to answer questions and all those kinds of stuff. So what I wanted to hear more of was a more nuanced engagement on the idea surrounding the utility of these accountability mechanisms. You understand, Montel Vernia? Yes. Okay, good. All right, so I think I've said enough. We might have said enough. We greatly appreciate the fact that we had this very, very strident debate. This is one of the issues that I'm most passionate about, as you can appreciate. But congratulations on cupping the win. Yes. Yes. No, luckily for you, you weren't faced with us as opposition, right? But congratulations, you did very well, and you're deserving of the victory as well. To our members, to our viewers on social media, thank you very much for tuning in, and we definitely hope to see you back at the next match. Take care. Really? I want to get it done.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to round 1B of the hashtag AFiWiRepublic Secondary Schools Debating Competition, where we have robust discussions about the new Jamaican Constitution and involve the brightest minds that Jamaica has to offer, our young people, the future of Jamaica. Today, we have two excellent teams rearing up for debate. On side opposition, we have the Ocherius High School, and on side opposition, we have the Cambridge High School. And they will be debating the motion. This house would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. In state activities, for example, parliamentary sittings, political state functions, etc. We're looking forward to an awesome debate today. Just some housekeeping matters, real quick. So first of all, we have 3 speakers and a reply speech. The first speaker will speak for 8 minutes, the second speaker for 7 minutes, the third speaker for 5 minutes, and then the reply speaker will speak for 3 minutes. The first and last minute of all speeches are protected time in which no points of information will be allowed. For the reply speech, we will not be accepting any points of information. Of note as well, you, the public, get to engage in this debate. In the chat, you'll see access to a public voting ballot. Use that ballot to vote for the team that you think deserves to win this debate. The winner of that poll will receive 5 points towards their score, which could, depending on how close the match is, determine who wins the debate. So you have an incentive to vote for your team. Now, without any further ado, we'll now invite the first proposition speaker from side Ocherius to open up this debate.
Judges, audience, and fellow opponents, good afternoon. Today, my teammates and I stand by the motion agreeing that religious sacraments should be eliminated from state activities. To bring some context to this debate, and before I delve into my reasoning, I will define some crucial terms in this motion, namely, eliminate religious sacraments and state activities. Eliminate, according to Oxford Dictionary, means to completely remove or get rid of something, in this case, religious sacraments. Religious sacraments, according to google.com, may be defined as rituals and ceremonies associated with belief and worship of a superhuman power or powers. State activities, according to my dictionary, refers to actions and functions undertaken by government and state authority in exercise of its powers and responsibilities. These activities encompass a wide range of functions that aim and govern and serve the citizens and the country as a whole. As the first speaker, I will explore the fact that excluding religious sacraments from state activities allows for the separation of state and church and the importance of this separation, and secondly, how religious sacraments have held us back as a nation and thus needs to be removed from state activities. While we on this side acknowledge the profound influence of religion in our society and the fact that Jamaica prides itself on being a country that values religious freedom and place where religious individuals can freely practice their chosen faith or no faith at all. The government, however, should not promote one religion over the other, especially in view of the fact that Jamaica does not have a state church or religion. But then my opponents may ask, what would or should replace these long-held sentimental sacraments? Well, we propose the development of a well-thought-out policy governing the different state activities crafted by the people of Jamaica. This could come in means of affirmation. They could come form the pressing needs of people, but people will decide, just as how we are now deciding, crafting a constitution written by the people, for the people, after all states belong to the people. So now, to my first substantive point, eliminating religious sacraments from state activities allows the separation of state and church. It is true that religious sacraments in state activities can create a perception of endorsement or preference for a particular religion. This perception can erode a neutrality that the state should uphold, potentially leading to a situation where citizens can feel that their religious freedom is compromised. Furthermore, the inclusion of religious sacraments in state affairs may lead to religious influence in public policy. Religious beliefs can deeply impact a person's worldview and values. When these beliefs intertwine with the decision-making process in governance, it may result in policies influenced by religious doctrines, rather than being based on evidence, reason, and the best interests of all citizens. Maintaining a clear separation between religion and government helps safeguard the principles of accountability, transparency, and rational governance that are essential for functioning democracy. So take, for example, our policymakers being Seventh-day Adventists. We all know that Seventh-day Adventists do not agree with working on Saturdays, which we the proposition respect. Yes.
Seventh-day Adventist is still the Seventh-day Adventist is still believes in Christianity. The Seventh-day Adventist still believes in Christianity. So, what is the point?
Yes, I was getting there. Please let me continue. Which we the proposition respect. However, the vast majority of the country's population does not believe so. Many Jamaicans use Saturdays as their shopping day, while businesses see Saturdays as their peak day for revenue. So, policymakers will make decisions in the best interest of the religion and not the state. Religious sacraments have held us back as a nation. Our nation's colonial past has left an indelible mark on our culture, traditions, and religious practices. During the colonial era, Jamaica underwent significant transformations under the rule of various European powers. The British, in particular, colonized our island for several centuries, bringing with them their religious beliefs and practices. As a result, religious sacraments associated with Christianity, such as baptism, communion, and marriage, were deeply ingrained into Jamaica's societal fabric. These sacraments became a part of the official ceremonies and state activities. Reflecting the dominant religious practices of the colonial rulers, over time, they became symbols of authority and tradition in the context of governance and state functions. As Jamaica gained independence from colonial rule, remnants of the colonial past persisted, including the use of religious sacraments in state activities. While our nation has made significant strides in embracing diversity and promoting religious freedom, these practices continue to evoke historical connections to our colonial past. Yes, they have held us back as a nation. So, if we wish to become a truly independent nation, a true republic, let us not make the mistake and continue to embrace these religious sacraments in state activities, but let us break all ties, traditions and practices linked to our colonial masters, and in words Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Our nation's rich cultural diversity should be celebrated and reflected in our governance. Striving for a more inclusive and secular approach to state affairs ensure that all citizens, irrespective of their religious beliefs, feel valued and represented." As we move towards a more equitable and inclusive future, it is crucial and critical to examine these practices and ensure that our state affairs respect the principles of religious freedom, diversity, and unity. By doing so, we can forge a nation that embraces its history while building a society that values and respects the rights of all its citizens. I thank you.
Awesome. We'd like to thank the first opposition speaker for their contribution and invite the first opposition speaker to open the case for side Cambridge. So just before you go, just for everyone's information, you're going to hear the bell 3 times during the speech.
Yes.
The first time is when you've elapsed your protected time where points of information are allowed. The second time means that you're now in your last minute of your speech. And at the end of your last minute of speech, you're going to hear the bell twice. Now, at the end of that 2 rings, you'll have 15 seconds to wrap up. After that 15 seconds, the judges are no longer listening. So when you hear the bell for the second time, you still have a minute left in your speech.
Adjudicating panel, proposition members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all good morning. One of my favorite topics in English class is that of comparatives. Hence, I am quite keen on aptly analyzing in terms of determining good, better, best, short, shorter, shortest, great, greater, greatest. You get the gist. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our opponents today are tasked with the great responsibility of proving to this noble house that the inclusion of religious sacraments in state activities have proven to be so socially and morally disruptive and detrimental to modern civilization that they should be completely removed. Back to my list of comparatives. Bad, worse, worst. In essence, Honorable House, side proposition would have us believe that on the continuum, we have a worst case scenario on our hands. Hence, even minimizing the number of religious sacraments in state activities would not suffice. Even altering the way in which they are included would not be enough. Even modifying the composition of these sacraments would not be satisfactory. Therefore, we just need to dash them away, throw them out, fling them away, or to be politically correct, eliminate them. As side opposition, we proudly stand as the vanguards of the preservation of our rich and diverse culture as a people. These emblems, religious sacraments, have endured generations because of what they represent. Side proposition, I hear your question. What do they represent? My 3 substantives will highlight and clearly answer this critical question. My second speaker will extend this framework by exploring the significance of state activities, while my third speaker will add further reinforcement by presenting the grim picture of what would obtain should side proposition have its way, to disrupt the status quo without offering a solid, fair, and feasible alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, to put our thoughts into perspective, the motion that lies before us states this House would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. The Collins Dictionary defines the term eliminate as to remove or get rid of, or to omit, especially as being unimportant or to leave out. Proposition bench. Do you consider religious sacraments in state activities as unimportant? What is the basis of such an audacious proposal? It is the audacity for me to be arguing, agitating, and lobbying for the elimination, removal of that which is held so dear by a nation, revered, cherished, and treasured. It begs the permanent question, why? Permanent question, why? Religious sacraments, as defined by StellaMarisChurch.com, is derived from the Latin word sacramentum, which means a sign of the sacred. Britannica.com defines same as signs, symbols, or rites in which a sacred or spiritual power is believed to be transmitted through material elements. Therefore, members of the House, a symbol such as the cross is an example of a religious sacrament. Prayer, ladies and gentlemen, is a religious sacrament. Another category of religious sacraments is that of rites and ceremonies, such as marriage, baptism, and Holy Communion. I will hasten to note that, ladies and gentlemen,
all the members of Team Opposition subscribe to the adage, there is a time and place for everything. As such, we are not being ridiculous to suggest that it would not necessarily be the most appropriate time for a couple to decide to get married in the middle of a parliamentary setting. However, in Jamaica, for example, being deemed as a Christian country, prayer being offered at a state function, such as the National Honors and Award Ceremony, held on the lawns of King's House in St. Andrew on National Heroes Day, would be quite fitting. At this ceremony, bravery and self-sacrifice are celebrated. Many would have served this country for years, shedding blood, sweat, and tears, and some would have escaped death by a mere whisker. Many of the songs rendered as items would have also embraced religious beliefs, especially considering what could have happened and what actually happened, as some individuals are honored posthumously. Therefore, if we were to remove the sacraments from state activities, it would also be logical for us to also eliminate any form of reference to a deity. Essentially, we would have to clean, if you will, not just the pot, but also the stoves, utensils, the entire kitchen, and gradually the entire house. The thought alone is troubling. Team proposition, what then? Would a state funeral look like? This house eagerly awaits a response. With over 1,600 churches, the Guinness Book of World Records states that we have the largest number of churches per square mile in the entire world. StudyCountry.com informs us that over 60% of Jamaican population embraces Christianity. Both our national anthem and pledge our prayers. For God's sake, shouldn't this be the due represented at an event being put on by the state? What would we be afraid of? And would a state function void of all religious sacraments truly communicate to the world who we truly are in a fulsome way? My team is not negotiating for the extreme of eliminating religious sacraments from state activities. What we are purporting is that the inclusion of the same be done in a decent and consensuous manner, appropriate to time and place. We anticipate team proposition heralding the point that state activities are just not the place for such expressions. But in even attempting to make such a boulder, the hope still lingers that there would at least be an attempt to clarify why the highest order of land should not historically represent its beliefs. Out of many one people, thus say our Jamaican motto. This very potent statement underscores the richness and diversity of our culture. Religious sacraments constitute a pillar of our cultural bedrock. The elimination of this cultural pillar from state activities would therefore misrepresent us at our very core. Secondly, religious sacraments are symbols of social order. They are reminders of that which is most important and therefore act as moral compasses and ethical signposts. Religion serves as an unifying force with a society, fostering a sense of community, belonging, solidarity, in which inclusiveness, particularly in multicultural and multireligious societies, by acknowledging and incorporating various religious sacraments, the state can recognize the diverse religious beliefs and practices of its citizens, fostering an environment of religious tolerance and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the first opposition speaker, we now invite the second proposition speaker to rebut some of these arguments and to present her substantives.
Good morning. Honorable judges, my opponents, audience, good morning. Today I rise and join my first speaker in defending the motion this House would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. This morning, I will be showing you that religious sacraments in state activities stir division in our society. And secondly, over the years, religious sacraments have not aided in Jamaica's social and moral development. The usage of religious sacraments goes against the principles of equal treatment for all persons. As a diverse nation, we must accept the fact that citizens come from a wide range of religious backgrounds and hold diverse beliefs. Religious sacraments into official state functions marginalize those who do not belong or practice a particular faith. This undermines the very notion of equality and fairness that should guide good governance. Imagine my opponent. First speaker, you being a Muslim, your second speaker being a Jew, your third speaker being a Christian, and I a Rasta. My first speaker being an agnostic. All being invited to a state function, an official function. At that function, we pray to Jesus, sing Christian songs, use the Bible and cross in the function. How would you feel knowing that now Jamaica does not have a state church and their way of worship? Your religious viewpoints and worship rituals are not taken into consideration at that state function. You will feel left out, marginalized, and even belittled. And maybe for the sake of this debate, you will not admit it, but the fact is you will feel disenfranchised, given the importance and profoundness with which many view their religious beliefs. And when you look at it, even in Christianity, there are different beliefs. Seventh-day Adventists do not share the same belief as Baptists or the Roman Catholic. So even including Christian religious sacraments may be contention. The state, therefore, should avoid taking the lead in religious division. This can hinder social cohesion and prevent meaningful dialogue and understanding among different religious communities, and one way to do so is to eliminate religious sacraments from state activities. And when we do so, uphold the fundamental principle of religious freedom and respect for individual choices. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the state should not take the lead in disenfranchising, marginalizing citizens. The state should not take the lead in dividing citizens. The state should be neutral and thus promote national unity and social cohesion. Over the years, religious sacraments have been a part of most, if not all, state activities in Jamaica. To some, likely my opponents, these play a vital role in promoting moral values and ethics within our society. But while religious sacraments play a prominent role in our society, have they really impact our moral fabric and social progress? And for the sake of the edification, my opponents, and if you are good religious students as I am, you will know knowledgeable about the fact that religion focuses on our moral and social development. My opponents, according to the 2022 Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, report Jamaica has been ranked the 6th most corrupt Caribbean country. The same report adds that Jamaica has done little to change this perception of corruption on the island. These, my opponents, involve government and state officials who are immersed in religious traditions and sacraments. In addition, Jamaica has the most churches per square mile in the world, yet we still lead the world in crime and violence in 2005, with a murder rate of 1,674 murderers. Jamaica was dubbed the murder capital of the world recently on April 11, 2023. Jamaica was ranked in 10th position on the world statistics on the list of the most criminal countries in the world. In January 2021, the nation was shaken to its feet when Andrea Lowe Garwood was brutally murdered in Trelawney, while she engaged worship in a church. As it is now, my opponents, Jamaica produces the most sexually debased and violent music in the world. My opponents, religious sacraments have failed us, and I will take the liberty of saying that religious sacraments and religious principles are no longer our conscience. Religious sacraments have failed in their intended purpose. Yes, they have not aided in our moral or social development. In conclusion, religious sacraments in state activities stir division. It leaves one feeling disenfranchised. Religious sacraments have failed their intended purpose as Jamaica, land we love, is void of social and moral values and continues to drink and soak up the blood of its citizens. Thank you.
The second proposition speaker for that submission. We now invite the second opposition speaker to further her case for side Cambridge.
Panel of adjudicators, members of proposition, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all a good morning. This House would not eliminate religious sacraments in state activities, parliamentary settings, official state activities, state functions. My able first speaker a volate and my able first speaker, eloquent and deliberate in laying a solid foundation for the opposition. She would have outlined a perimeter of argument and delivering 3 concrete, substantive, as it was at
Panel of adjudicators, member of proposition, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all good afternoon. This House will not eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. My able first speaker was eloquent and deliberate in laying a solid formation for the opposition. She would have laid out the meters of our arguments and delivering 3 concrete, substantive as to what religious sacraments represent. Today, I am the second speaker of opposition, and I'm here to intend our framework and dive deeper in significance of state activities and the potential consequences of eliminating religious sacraments from them. Firstly, let us consider the importance of state activities. These events, such as parliament sittings and official state function, serve as platform for the representation of expression of the nation. As a whole, they are opportunities for the state to showcase its values, tradition, and culture identity to both its citizens and the international community. Religious sacraments, being symbols of our culture and tradition, hold significant meaning and play a vital role in presenting our diverse culture during these state activities. These serve as a reminder of our shared values, beliefs, and historical foundation. When government officials, such as Prime Minister or Member of Parliament, are sworn in office, religious sacraments are frequently included. This may involve an oath-taking ceremony with an religious component such as use of the Bible or religious texts. These sacraments add a sense of solemnity, tradition, and spirit significance to the event. Understanding the importance of moral and ethical values in public service, removing religious sacraments would be undermining the authority and richness of our cultural heritage that has shaped us as a union. Furthermore, religious sacraments act as moral compasses, as signposts within our society. They reframe important values such as compassion, humility, and respect for others. By incorporating religious sacraments in state activities, we acknowledge and promote these values, fostering a sense of unity and social cohesion. Imagine a state function where the diverse religious beliefs of our citizens are ignored and religious sacraments are eliminated. In Jamaica, state funerals often incorporate religious sacraments to honor individuals. One example of this state funeral of former Prime Minister Edward Siaga, who played a significant role in shaping Jamaica's political landscape. During his state funeral, religious sacraments were played to his legacy and honor his contribution. Can we truly honor the profound impact and legacy of individuals like former Prime Minister Edward Siaga and other notable figures if we eliminate religious sacraments from state activities, including their state funerals, such as exclusionary approach would not only marinate certain segments of the population, but also can create an environment of culture insensitivity. It also improvise that state activities be inclusive and various religious practice and beliefs that contribute our nation's fabric. Moreover, religious sacraments carry significant culture and symbolic value. On August 6, Jamaica celebrates its Independence Day, marking the nation's liberation from colonized rule. During official state functions held on this day, religious sacraments are frequently present. Prayers, hymns, and religious rituals serve as powerful symbols of unity. resilience, and gratitude to a higher power for guiding the nation towards freedom. These sacraments remind us of sacrifice made by our ancestors and reinforce the values of faith and preserve that continue to shape our collective identity. They provide a sense of tradition and community and community, connecting us to our past and guiding us into the future. In a small town of Maplewood, Primary School has a religious code painted on its wall, bringing inspiration and hope to students and the community. However, when a new principal, Miss Romy Dunn, arrived, she considered the code of validation and had it removed. This sudden action led to chaos and division within the school.
Thank you very much. To the second opposition speaker, we now invite the third opposition speaker to present the final substantive case for the Keith Ochorio. Here.
Honorable judges, opponents, and audience, good morning to you all. I, Jessica Newby, hereby stand for the motion of this House that we should remove religious sacraments from state activities. My first speaker has shown you that religious sacraments in state activities does not allow for the distinct separation of state and church. He also provides compelling reasoning, showing you that religious sacraments have held us back as a people, and for us to be truly emancipated, we need to get rid of religious sacraments, referring to the actions and functions undertaken by a government or state authority in the exercise of its powers and responsibilities. My second speaker continued our charge and showed you without a doubt that religious sacraments in state activities stirs division in our society, and how religious sacraments have failed us in their desired purposes. While we understand our opponent's point of viewpoint that religious sacrament can foster a sense of shared values and morals within our society, or that the inclusion of religious sacraments can be done in a manner that respects the principles of religious freedom and neutrality. The fact of the matter is, these have not worked as we continue to dig deeper and deeper into moral decadence. We still maintain, honorable judges, that religious sacraments have failed in their intended purpose. And as my first speaker highlighted, now is the time for a different approach, an approach crafted through a policy framework by the people. Let me now spend some time to elaborate on how eliminating religious sacraments from state activities can stir economic growth. Not including religious sacraments in state activities can improve the economy by fostering a business-friendly environment. A secular approach to state affairs ensures that government policies and regulations are based on objective criteria rather than influenced by religious beliefs. This stability and predictability in the business environment attract domestic and foreign investors, encouraging them to invest in our nation's economic ventures. For example, a lot of our investors are Chinese and Indians. Most Chinese and Indians practice Buddhism or Islam. Avoiding religious sacraments in state activities can be an encouragement for these investors. A cohesive and peaceful society provides a stable foundation for economic growth. When citizens from different religious backgrounds feel respected and equally represented by the state, it fosters a sense of unity and shared purpose. This environment promotes cooperation and collaboration, creating a positive atmosphere for economic endeavors. I will now make a few recommendations on how this policy framework suggested by us could be drafted. For such an approach like this to work, we would need a robust education campaign, educating all citizens of its purpose of this framework governing state activities and inviting them, all of them, from all different religions, educational and social background to give their input so that a policy framework would be constructed by the people and for the people. I thank you.
All right. We now invite the third speaker from the opposition to close out the substantive part of the debate for Team Cambridge High.
As the second speaker of the opposition team would have mentioned, the crime rates in Jamaica. I don't think it is in line with religion. The reason for this argument is criminals of most of these crimes that happen in Jamaica is not influenced by religion. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicating panel, fellow debaters, a good afternoon to you all. Today I rise before you as the third speaker of the opposition, and I am here to reinforce our case against the elimination of religion sacraments. In state activities, I will present a grim picture of what obtained if side proposition were to have their way, disrupting to state quo without offering a solid fear of feasible alternative. Side proposition would have us believe that completely removing religious sacraments from state activities is the solution. However, their proposed solution is not only extreme, but also lacks of comprehensive understanding of the cultural, social, and moral fabric that religious sacraments bring to our nation. If we were to eliminate religious sacraments, we would be serving the ties that bind us to our rich and diverse culture. Religious sacraments have endured generations because of what they represent. They are symbols of our faith, our beliefs, and our shared values. They hold profound culture and symbolic value, and their inclusion in state activities is a reflection of what we are as a people. Imagine a state funeral stripped of all religious sacraments. It would be a hollow ceremony, devoid of spiritual comfort and solace of these sacraments provide. The grieving family, the nation, and even the international community would feel the absence of these sacred rituals that bring closure, honor, and depart, and provide a sense of tradition and continuity. With over 1,600 churches in Jamaica, the Guinness Book of World Records recognizing our nation of having the largest number of churches per square mile, and more than 60% of the nation and more than 60% of the population embracing Christianity. It is clear that religion holds a significant place in our society. Our national anthem and pledge are steeped in religious sentiments, acknowledged in our collective reverence for a higher power. To eliminate religious sacraments from the activities would not only be a disservice to our culture bedrock, but also attempt to erase a fundamental aspect of our identity. Religious sacraments are not only symbols of our culture, but also pillars of social order. They serve as moral compasses and ethnical signposts that guide our actions and unite us as a society. By incorporating religious sacraments in state activities, we promote values such as compassion, humility, and respect for others. They provide a framework for fostering social cohesion, inclusiveness, and understanding, particularly in our multicultural and multi-religious society. State activities are not formal events. They are platforms for representation, celebration, and the expression of our collective identity. Removing religious sacraments would undermine the authenticity and significance of these events, depriving us of the richness and diversity that define us as a nation. It would send a message of exclusion and disregard for the beliefs and values held dear by the significant portion of our population. Side proposition fails to offer a solid, fair, and feasible alternative in religious sacraments. They propose elimination without considering and ramifications and the void it would create. Their audacious proposal lacks a comprehensive understanding of their significance these sacraments hold for our own society. In conclusion, the inclusive of religious sacraments in state activities is vital for preserving our cultural heritage, promoting social cohesion, and honoring our shared values. Let us not dismiss or diminish the profound impact they have on our nation. We, the opposition, stand as vanguards of our rich and diverse culture, advocating for the appropriate inclusion of religious sacraments, respecting time and place. Together, let us embrace our cultural diversity, celebrate our traditions, and foster an environment of unity and respect. By doing so, our state activities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the third opposition speaker. At this time, we're going to take a 1-minute break so you can put the finishing touches on your reply speeches, after which the opposition will come and present their reply.
Is not the case, you have failed to convince this House that an elimination of same is necessary. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, this team has presented a solid argument outlining why it is critical that we preserve the sacredness of religious sacraments in this country by including same at the highest level. For this reason, side opposition has won this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now invite the reply speaker from side proposition to finally close out this debate.
Judges, audience, and fellow opponents, while the points given by our opposition were very strong, they were just not strong enough to combat our points that we had. Right? They would have mentioned that religious sacraments have been our morals, but my team and I totally disagree with this idea. With the statistics mentioned by my second speaker regarding crime rate, and having the fact that crime rate is still on the rise, religious sacraments have not helped this matter in any way. They have also mentioned that having religious sacraments showcase our cultural diversity. While we currently have these sacraments in state activities, do we showcase cultural diversity? I would have said yes if the only religious group that exists in Jamaica are Christians. They themselves have also tried to mention a few of the practices done in state activities, and I could only hear that of Christians. They would have also mentioned that religions has brought people together in a united community. While this is true, it is also evident that religion has separated people into different groups, and practicing them in state activities would have made persons of other religion feel unimportant. They would have also mentioned that criminals that commit crimes done are not influenced by religion. This leaves me to ask, what is the purpose of these sacraments in state activities? They have done nothing to help the issue of crime, but have taken away the highlight from actual problems. And this is all I have. I thank you.
All right, at this point in time, the judges will excuse themselves to deliberate and come back to you with results. Please feel free to cross the table, shake the hands of your opponents. We thought it was a good debate, and we want to encourage the spirit of sportsmanship. careful deliberation, the judges have come to a consensus decision. But before I tell you who won this debate, let us explain what happened in the debate. So, we heard from side proposition that there needs to be some sort of separation of church and state. And we heard largely from opposition that these religious sacraments are good because they promote diversity, and these are the sacraments that are held largely by the majority of the island, and so they should be celebrated. These are the general ideas that we got out of the debate. So, the first thing I want to say is that we saw, generally speaking, a lot of engagement with the arguments from side proposition, from side opposition. We saw that upon hearing the arguments from side proposition, if you realize that they are contradictory to your case, you'd have needed to attack them directly. And we thought that side proposition did a better job of that. For example, we heard the idea coming out that religion serves as a moral signpost. It helps with the morality of the people, helps them to make better decisions. It's a social guide. Proposition would have came and told us that not necessarily. Sufficiently, we think, with the assessment of our crime rates, the assessment of Jamaica being named the murder capital, and the assessment of how many churches per capita we have, and that there's no correlation between the amount of churches per capita we have and our crime rate. So we'd have given that win to side opposition. Furthermore, the question of unity came into being. And while we do agree with side proposition that you get some sort of unity in that regard, in as much as the majority of individuals in Jamaica are Christian, and having your church lead, having your head of state lead out those kind of sacraments embodies some sort of unity, we appreciate that. Proposition would have attempted to undermine that argument by saying, while you will have unity amongst the Christians, amongst the people who subscribe to that particular belief, you are going to also have a lack of unity amongst those that do subscribe to that belief and those who don't subscribe to that belief. When we weigh that argument, in as much as the claim that 60% of Christians, of Jamaicans are Christians, and that Jamaica is by and large a Christian society, when we weighed that, we concluded that mathematically speaking, unifying 60% versus segregating 40% objectively means that you get a greater unifying force from the side of proposition, from the side of opposition. And this is only because of the fact that proposition did not negate the idea that 60% of Jamaicans are indeed Christians, or what about the other 40%? So we'd have given the argument of unity just barely, slightly edged out to proposition. The idea of diversity came up, and this is where we thought that there was some troubling ideas in terms of diversity. You cannot say that we have a majority Christian society, 60% of us being Christian, and that generally speaking Christianity is the way that our country operates under, and then say that you have a diverse and multicultural expression within the state. We think that borders on the edge of contradictory. We'd have preferred if you had either stick to one. Either we are diverse, or it is that we are majority Christians, and so Christianity should be the major sacrament. So on the issue of diversity, we'd have given that win to side opposition. And finally, on the issue of tradition, we heard that from side proposition that tradition is good, it is our cultural heritage, and this is something that needs to be celebrated, right? Opposition would have came and said, this heritage is stemming from a time of colonialism. This is objectively a harmful kind of thing to us to propagate. We thought that in as much as that argument was not attacked by side proposition, we'd have given that win to side opposition. The burden, however, on side proposition was not only to negate the idea that the sacraments are helpful, in as much as we're going as far as not to argue if they're helpful or not, but to argue for the removal of them. The burden now lies on side proposition to tell us what are the harms that come out from having these sacraments. And we got that. We got the disenfranchisement of the minorities. We had that there will be some growth through the economy coming out from this. Of course, this would have stemmed from the first speaker's assessment that when we have religious sacraments, that can seep into policy. So the judges didn't think that was the most convincing argument. We thought that in order for it to be the more convincing argument, you'd have to show us the linkage between a sacrament at the state level seeping into policy. We will not make that assumption for you. So if you had gone the extra mile and proven to us that at the point in which we have these sacraments at the state level, they'll seep into policy, then that would have certainly made the foundation for the argument that came out later for economic growth, and how having these kind of policies being influenced by sacraments can harm the economic growth of Jamaica. But because that assumption was not fully proved from you, first speaker, it undermined the second speaker's argument. Luckily, her argument also included, more generally speaking, that we have Chinese individuals and Buddhist individuals who have a different kind of faith, and just on the basis of them not having the same faith as us as Christians, it creates some sort of disenfranchisement. But that could have easily been a stronger argument if the first speaker had gone all the way home. So, we think that proposition would have sufficiently carried out their burden of proving that the sacraments are indeed harmful and are worthy of being taken apart. So, with that said, we have awarded the win of this debate to Team Proposition Ocho Rios High. We want to say an excellent job, Cambridge. Where you fell down is, in as much as you have prepared your speech, you failed to contend with the arguments that came out from Team Proposition. And when your arguments were attacked, you didn't sufficiently defend them. All right? So, of course, the judges are always open to any further questions. We now invite the teams to go across, shake their hands in the spirit of sportsmanship as we conclude this debate. Thank you. My apologies. And the best speaker for this debate comes from the team Ocho Rios High. I must say it was a very close decision. The first speaker got best debater, who barely edged out. And he was barely edged out. He barely edged out the second speaker. So congratulations to both of you. Thank you very much.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, to another match in the series of matches under the competition name hashtag AFiWiRepublic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and this match takes place in Zone B of the competition. We're happy to be here with you, and we're delighted that you've decided to join us as well. For this match, we have two teams contesting an exciting debate. The teams are Cambridge High School in proposition and Mount Alvernia in opposition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I will now allow my colleague adjudicators who are standing beside me to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onel Bailey, and I will be one of the judges for this match.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Xavier McFarlane, and I'll be one of the adjudicators for this match.
All right, so we have a debate in our hand, but for a debate to take place, we need a motion, a topic to be debated. And so I'm going to invite Xavier to share with you what the debate motion is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the debate motion reads, this House would elect and not appoint senators.
All right, this House would elect and not appoint senators. Interesting. All right, listeners, in terms of the rules of the competition, the teams have already been briefed, but in summary, the first speaker gets 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker all of 3 minutes. The first and last minutes of the major speeches are protected minutes, and in between those periods of time, points of information are allowed. You will hear sound as though a bell that signals that in the first instant the speaker has spoken for 1 minute. When it comes again, it means that the speaker has spoken, or rather has 1 minute remaining. 2 dings of the bell signals that the speaker is out of time, but being the kind folks we are, we give them an additional 10 seconds within which to wrap up their time, their speech rather. All right, are there any questions, teams?
No, sir.
No questions. All right, so in a matter of a few seconds, as soon as I get back to my seat, we will begin this debate. Remember though, viewers and persons online, you have an important role to play. So at the end of the match, you get a chance to vote for the team that you think deserves your 5 points, all of 5 points. Those 5 points will be added to the judges' scores, and it may or may not decide the outcome of this match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a debate to begin. At this time, I call on the first speaker from the proposition team representing Cambridge High School to commence the debate. Hear, hear.
Master of Ceremonies, panel of adjudicators, side opposition, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all members of this House, honorable good afternoon to you all. The motion that lies before us is this House would elect and not appoint senators. Team Proposition stands before you today to present a compelling case on why this House should embrace the democratic process of election rather than the less transparent method of appointment. What is the difference between electing and appointing? According to the Oxford Dictionary, election is a formal or organized choice by vote of a person or political office or other position. while appointment refers to selecting an individual for a particular duty or task. The said source also states that a senator is an individual who holds a position in a legislative body, typically referred to as the Senate within a particular system of government. In contextualizing the motion, therefore, the intellectual battle will unfold within these parliaments. The lawmaking legislative arm of government should enter office through a formal or organizational process of voting and not by selection. As the opening speaker of the proposition, the task is mine to highlight the critical responsibilities of the Senate as well as the key advantages of the election process. My second speaker will take us to a deeper dimension by showing the democratic process at work. My third speaker will bring to light the disadvantages of the appointment process. According to jis.gov.jm, the Senate is a nominated house made up of 21 senators. 13 senators are appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister. The leader of the opposition gives advice on the appointment of the remaining 8. The Senate is the review chamber reviewing bills passed by the lower house, House of Representatives. The Senate also initiates legislation, except money bills. Our policies of introducing an election to this status quo is to increase the number of nominated individuals up to twice its size, using the same procedures, and allow the democratic process to determine which 21 individuals will sit in the Senate. With all the flaws of an election process, and not that appointment is without its own drawbacks, we firmly believe that elections are the bedrock of a thriving society, fostering accountability, representation, and citizen empowerment. After all, when laws are passed, everyone is affected. Then why not allow true democracy to speak? We are well aware that side opposition will sing the song of corruption in the electoral process. However, this side of the House stands resolute in supporting democracy on all levels. Therefore, it is wise for a government to capitalize on the benefits of the democratic process, while doing everything within its power to eradicate corruption. While doing so, transfer the benefit guaranteed from facilitating elections in other aspects of governance to the Senate, making special consideration to safeguard the sensitive nature of its functions. Not accepted at this time. Putting this in perspective, this bench does not subscribe to stifling democracy, but to endeavor to perfect it all on all levels. Democratic ideals. Firstly, let us examine the fundamental principles of fairness. Election provides equal opportunities for all eligible candidates to participate in the race, irrespective of their background, status, or affiliations. In a world where diversity and inclusion is cherished, electing leaders ensures that every citizen has a voice in choosing representatives. Appointing on the other hand, not accepted at this time. Appointing, on the other hand, can be influenced by biased judgment, favoritism, or other subjective factors, creating an uneven playing field and destroying public trust. By electing leaders, we hold up the core democratic value of equality and level the path for all, regardless of their connections. Electing representatives through a fair and transparent electoral process grants them the legitimacy they need to govern effectively. When individuals are elected by the majority of the people, they have a stronger mandate to carry out their duties and responsibilities. This legitimacy enhances public trust in the government and fosters a sense of accountability among elected officials. It is paramount it is paramount importance to note that, in contrast, appointed officials may lack the same level of public support, potentially leading to decisions that are perceived as biased or disconnected from the will of the people. Secondly, the concept of legitimacy is paramount in a functioning democracy. When leaders are elected through a free and fair process, they get their authority from the people's consent. This in turn enhances their accountability to their promises and encourages responsible governance. Citizens feel more engaged and invested in the decision-making process when they have a direct say in selecting their representatives. Conversely, an appointed leader might lack the same level of public trust and might find it hard to connect with the concerns and aspirations of the people. Elections, therefore, safeguard the legitimacy of our institutions and leaders, fostering a stable and robust democracy. Furthermore, the electoral process serves as a powerful tool in promoting transparency. Open elections, campaigns, and debates allow candidates to present their ideas, policies, and plans for the future. Citizens can assess the contenders and make informed choices based on their vision for the nation. This public observation promotes healthy competition, preventing any potential candidates from slipping through the cracks without being thoroughly vetted. Appointments often made behind closed doors lack the same level of transparency and can leave the public in the dark about the reasons behind a particular selection. Beyond these principles, we must acknowledge that elections are celebrations of civic engagement and participation. They encourage citizens to be actively involved in the political process, fostering a sense of ownership and pride in their democracy. Engaged citizens are more likely to participate in community initiatives, advocate for their rights, and stay informed about the issues affecting their lives. By electing leaders, we cultivate an informed and empowered citizenry, essential for the growth and vitality of any nation. Finally, the electoral process is defense against corruption. Through election, the people can hold their representatives accountable for their actions and decisions. If elected leaders fail to live up to their promises or betray the public's trust, they can be voted out of office in the next election cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening speech, coming to you there from Cambridge High School, side proposition. This time we go to the opposition team, Mount Alvernia High School, to hear from their first speaker. Let's make her welcome. Hear, hear.
All right, I begin my speech now. Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition, distinguished guests and listeners, pleasant good morning. Or is it afternoon? My bad. Today we argue the motion where this House would elect senators versus appointing them. Our Prime Minister laid this basis that democracy is very important, which I do agree, and that people must be represented. Also true. What I want the judges to keep in mind is that the lower house of our government is currently made up of all of 63 members who were selected by the people for the people. Isn't that democracy enough? In schools, prefects are appointed rather than elected. The children are our future, and these very student leaders become the government members of our nation. If students were to elect the prefects who ought to enforce the rules and regulations of the schools, we know for a fact most of our friends and colleagues will take office and there will be absolutely no order, as it will become a popularity contest. I know most of our debaters today are very young, like myself, and definitely were not around in the 1980s. Neither was I. So let me give you a little history lesson. For the great Marcus Garvey said, a people without the knowledge of their history, past, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. There was a time when Jamaica had a Senate with a significant number of independent senators. That was in 1983. Faced with a one-party government due to a boycott of the general elections by the PMP, Prime Minister Edward Seaga had the opportunity to choose his senators. He had the opportunity to choose senators who would be in complete support of his party, and he had the opportunity to choose senators in order to create an opposition in the House. He chose to invite individuals with independent minds or a PNP background to sit on the opposition benches in the Senate. And to this date, that has been the best Senate Jamaica has had. The Senate is regarded as the upper house, a takeoff of the House of Lords in the British Parliament. As the upper house, its duty is to consider, review, and advise on legislation prepared by the lower house or the House of Representatives, which is modeled off the House of Commons in Britain. It is important to note the Senate was never intended to simply approve legislation from the lower house without question. The Constitution aims for senators to be independent individuals who evaluate, assess, recommend, and provide a check and balance, ensuring that laws are passed based on merit rather than partial basis. If the Senate fails to fulfill its mandate, it becomes a redundant extension of the lower house. If you, the government, have your way of electing senators, this is just having a second lower house. What is the point? Recent controversies surrounding Senate appointments have led to a reconsideration of the purpose and intent of having a Senate. This is why we as the opposition strongly believe senators should be appointed rather than elected. Today, as first speaker, I will outline how appointment of senators allows for reduction in polarization and gridlock, and how it eliminates corruption, as well as how it facilitates stability and continuity. Our second speaker will highlight how appointing will allow for capable persons to be selected. Our third speaker will abolish any misconceptions and make it clear why we are the victors of today's debate. While many champion the electoral process, like my Prime Minister did, as the pinnacle of democratic representation, I contend that the appointment of senators offers distinct advantage in reducing polarization and gridlock, fostering checks and balances to eliminate corruption, and providing stability and continuity. First and foremost, appointing senators helps mitigate the alarming levels of polarization and gridlock that plague modern democratic systems. By removing the intense partisanship inherent in electoral campaigns, senators appointed through a thoughtful selection process are more likely to prioritize the best interests of the nation over party interest. This reduction in polarization encourages cooperation, compromise, and the pursuit of common ground. With appointed senators, we can foster an environment where the focus is on the needs of the people rather than scoring political points, ultimately leading to more effective government and progress. Others might argue that the current system already allows for partisan politics. However, we must know that the Senate has 21 members, 13 that are appointed by the Governor General and advised of the Prime Minister, and 8 appointed by the Governor General on advice of the opposition leader. To pass a bill in cabinet, there must be 14 votes, which means that one member that is appointed by the member of opposition or the head of opposition has to be for that vote. This is not required in the lower house, and if we elect senators, the Senate will be like the lower house. What is the point? Secondly, without the pressure of campaigning for re-election, appointed senators can concentrate on finding common ground, building consensus, and crafting legislation that addresses the pressing needs of the people. This approach minimizes the influence of extreme partisanship and fosters collaboration across party lines, resulting in reduced polarization and enhanced legislative productivity. For instance, in Germany, the Bundesrat consists of appointed representatives from each state government. This composition allows the Bundesrat to function as a stabilizing force in the legislative process, reducing polarization between the federal and state governments. The appointed senators can bring regional perspectives to the table while working towards common goals for the entire country. For instance, in Canada, senators are appointed by the Governor General on advice of the Prime Minister. This non-elective process has allowed appointed senators to engage in cross-party collaboration, working towards consensus on significant issues such as healthcare, climate change, and indigenous rights. Therefore, this collaborative approach breaks down the barriers of partisanship and reduces the polarization that often stalls legislative progress. Lastly, the appointment of senators establishes a stronger foundation for checks and balances, thereby eliminating corruption and abuse of power. Through an appointment process that emphasizes merit, experience, and expertise, we can ensure that senators possess the necessary qualifications to fulfill their roles effectively. This process allows for greater scrutiny and vetting, reducing the likelihood of corrupt or self-serving individuals attaining positions of power. By placing checks on the electoral system's inherent flaws, such as campaign financing and political favoritism, we can enhance the integrity of our legislative branch and promote accountability to the public. In conclusion, the appointment of senators presents numerous advantages in our democratic system. It provides a pathway to reducing polarization and gridlock, enabling more effective governance and progress. It establishes a foundation for checks and balances, safeguarding against corruption and abuse of power. It offers stability and continuity, providing a conducive environment for economic and social growth. Let us critically examine the benefits of appointing senators, as it may be a viable alternative that leads to a more robust and responsive legislative branch. And this is where I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First speaker coming to you there from Mount Alvernia High School, representing the opposition. At this time, I invite the second speaker from Cambridge High School, the proposition team, to respond. Hear, hear.
The first speaker of the opposing team gave an example of why appointment is better, but she was comparing how school student leaders are appointed in the process of electing. But this was not a good comparison in my opinion, because the Senate of the country is a more advanced system. Honorable juries and adjudicators, respected teachers, and my fellow competitors. Today, as the second speaker, in this debate, I would like to state my views supporting the motion. Senators should be elected and not appointed. Imagine a farm where all the animals live harmoniously, each contributing their fair share to create a better society. This idyllic setting was precisely what the animal of Manure Farm aspired to achieve in George Orwell's symbolic short novel, Animal Farm. However, their hopes for a fair and equal society were shattered when a critical moment arrived, the election of the farm's leader. Just like in any democracy, the animals gathered to decide who would lead them on their path to equality. Two candidates emerged, the charismatic and visionary Snowball and the cunning and power-hungry Napoleon. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the animals prepared to cast their votes. One by one, the animals stepped forward, each eagerly exercising their right to participate in this pivotal decision. It seemed to epitome the true democracy, a moment that would shape their collective destiny. But when the voting began, there was a sense of uneasiness in the crowd. It became clear that something was terribly wrong. Napoleon and his group of loyal followers had devised a cunning plan to ensure their victory. Napoleon, with his alliance of loyal followers, devised a cunning plan to secure his victory. He managed to tip the balance of his favor through manipulation, intimidation, and a corrupt distribution of power. He managed to tip the balance in his favor through manipulation. Sorry about that. In the pursuit of power, the principles of equality and fairness, which the animals had fought so hard to establish, were suddenly discarded. The principles of equality and fairness, which the animals had fought so hard to establish, were suddenly discarded in the pursuit of power. The unfair vote between Snowball and Napoleon not only exposed the flaws in their budding animal society, but it also stirred reminding of the challenges we face in our system of government. It makes us question the integrity of our leaders and the legitimacy of our democratic system. Let us take a look at the significance of this unfair vote in Animal Farm and its wider consequences as we go into today's debate. It makes us question the integrity of our leaders and legitimacy in democratic processes. Not accepted at this time. Let us take a look at the significance of the unfair vote in Animal Farm and its wider consequences as we go on in today's debate. It is important for leaders to be elected and not appointed because the events in Animal Farm highlighted the potential dangers of unchecked power and the erosion of democratic principles. The unfair vote between Snowball and Napoleon serves as a powerful reminder of the need of transparent and participatory leadership, selected processes. The unfair voting in animal form shows the consequences of appointing leaders without considering the will of people and the erosion of democratic ideals. Not accepted. Thinking about this fictorial story reminds us of the importance of protecting and promoting democratic processes in our own societies by ensuring the leaders are chosen through fair and open elections. Appointed senators may owe their positions to the government or executive that appointed them. This could jeopardize the independence and impartiality in reviewing legislation or challenging executive action. Senators elected without a democratic mandate may serve the interest of appointing body rather than acting in the interest of the motion as a whole. To provide an example of the potential lack of independence and impartiality that can arise when a senator is appointed, we can look at the historical context of the 17 amendments, ratification in 1913. An illustrative example can be found in the case of William A. Clark, a wealthy industrialist and mining magnate in 1899. Clark was appointed as a U.S. Senator from Manhattan by the state legislature through dubious means. It was alleged that Clark bribed several state legislators to secure his appointment. This scandal, known as the Clark's Copper Kings, controversially highlighted the lack of independence and impartiality in the appointment process. Fast forward to the modern day Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey. USA faced a corruption trial and charged a bribery of fraud. The case alleged that Menendez accepted gifts, luxury travel, and campaign contributions in exchange for using his position to benefit a wealthy donor. While Menendez was unlimitedly acquitted in 2018, the trial shed light on the potential vulnerability of senators to corruption and the impact it can have on their independence. I have always heard the phrase on my television through ads from the Electoral Commission, free and fair election. The phrase resonates with me as I believe that all positions that are held which represent the people of Jamaica should be a position that they are elected for and not appointed. This is so because of two key words, free and fair. Free and fair are most times not clearly evident in appointments, as there may be several factors that may sway away. Decision to appoint in this case, wherein the senators are appointed by the Governor General based solely on recommendations from the corrupt Prime Minister and opposition leader. These appointments must be more politically, I think.
Thank you for that speech, second speaker from the proposition. We go now to hear from the opposition team, their second speaker. Hear, hear.
My colleague made a significant point, pointing to the fact that schools are synonymous to our government, giving light to our prefect body, which acts as a legislative body to enforce rules and regulations within our schools. However, our opposition says that this analogy cannot be used because the Senate is more advanced. Is an animal form more advanced? Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition, audience, pleasant afternoon. In book publications, every author has an editor. Without the process of editing, a book cannot be made available to customers as there are possible mistakes within the material. After all, writers are humans and they make mistakes. Therefore, the editor comes in and corrects the wrongs, making the material customer worthy. This is quite similar to the role of the Senate. They review the bills introduced within the House of Representatives to ensure that these bills are within the best interest of the people. After all, politicians make mistakes. Hence, not just anyone can receive this role. And in light of an election, a person who is not properly coerced in the knowledge could be selected, as opposed to someone who is better suitable based on qualifications such as academics and experience. Therefore, it is only right that persons be appointed to ensure that these persons are selected to play the role they were destined. Adding to what my colleague mentioned, the appointment of qualified persons to the Senate will be effective, as these individuals have spent years garnering themselves with the necessary knowledge to persons such as Kimina Johnson, who is an attorney at law, which is very convenient to the roles of the Senate, and Damian Crawford, who has coerced himself with a bachelor's degree in tourism management. These bills are reviewed by these individuals, which are significantly related to the issues of this country. Hence, the reason why persons coerced in the crucial information are needed to thoroughly, according to the Jamaica Observer article, consider, review, and advise on the legislation prepared by the lower house. If the selection of the senators were considered through elections, not only will it cost more money, but these qualified persons may not have a chance at being elected. Based on the thorough observations of Jamaicans, they tend to elect based on popularity and the fancy words spoken to them by these individuals than properly assessing the credentials to ensure that the persons you select can effectively lead and, more importantly, be responsible for the laws which shape the lives of every Jamaican citizen. Consequently, those who are qualified are often ignored, which counts as a great loss to the people, and so often they are ignored for persons either working in favor of their political party or completely and utterly clueless regarding the role and duties of the Senate. Equally important may be the fact that these individuals might not be interested in running in an election. Elections take a lot of energy out of an individual, as you have to be all over promoting your brand to persuade people into voting for you. As a result, not everyone is interested in these activities. In addition, elections take time, which some people might not have based on other responsibilities offered to them. Therefore, appointment would be the correct remedy to this equation, as it is a quick and easy process, not requiring the unnecessary waste of time and energy. The Senate requires persons with wit who wholeheartedly deserves the work based on hard work and years in completing qualifications. Hence, we cannot afford elections to prevent these very capable people from serving in the service of enforcing legislative reforms for the citizens of this country, which keeps their environment in order and social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. All right, thank you very much, second opposition speaker, for that speech. And now we make way for the third proposition speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
The Animal Farm was a fictional story based off the Russian Revolution and the corporation that was showed during the revolution by Leon Trotsky. Master of ceremony, panel of judges, esteemed colleagues and fellow citizens, the proposition stands resolute before you today to advocate for a crucial change in our parliamentary system. We firmly believe that the House should elect rather than appoint the senators in Jamaica's upper house of parliament, the Senate. By embracing this change, we would have to realize three major accomplishments from a Senate reform. 1, increased accountability, diverse representation, strengthening of checks and balances. Ladies and gentlemen, Have you heard about curry favor? Have you heard about one hand wash the other? What about you scratch my back and I scratch yours? Yes, these are all Jamaican sayings and appointments made to the Senate create a breeding ground for not accepted at this moment, sorry. Made to the Senate create a breeding ground for the manifestations of their truths. Ladies and gentlemen, appointment is a shortcut to the democratic process and highly subjective. At its best, no wonder our national heroes fought for this. Our franchise was birthed from the blood of our ancestors. Let us marginalize it. Let us marginalize it. Let us not play hopscotch with it. According to www.senate.gov, when senators are elected instead of appointed, these are our collective achievements. Achievement number 1, increased accountability. When senators are elected, they become directly accountable to the electorate. This accountability fosters a stronger sense of responsibility and ensures that the senators remain attentive to the concerns of the people. Elected senators will have to answer to their constituents, listen to their grievances, and justify their decisions, thereby promoting a higher level of transparency and responsiveness in our legislative system. Achievement number 2, diverse representation. Electing senators ensure a broader representation of the population's diversity. By empowering citizens to elect their representatives, we give voice to marginalized communities, ethnic minorities, and underrepresented groups. This will lead to a more inclusive legislature that better reflects the rich tapestry of our society. Elected senators who come from diverse backgrounds and experiences can provide broader perspectives and contribute to diverse and balanced decision making. Achievement number 3, strengthening checks and balances. Electing senators strengthens the system of checks and balances within our government. By diversifying the selection process, we reduce the concentration of power in the hands of a few individuals. Our appointing authorities, the upper house elected by the people, acts as a counterbalance to the lower and executive branch. This equilibrium fosters robust debates, prevents the abuse of power, and ensures that the legislation undergoes through scrutiny before implementation. In conclusion, we say election over selection. The time has come for Jamaica to embrace a more democratic and inclusive by electing senators in the upper house. We can build a stronger foundation for our democracy through greater representation, accountability, popular participation, diverse voices, and stronger checks and balances. Let's give the power to elect senators to the people so that they can shape the future of our nation and ensure that our parliament truly represents the will of the people.
Thank you very much. It sounds as though you have some fans in the room. Anyway, we're grateful for that speech, third proposition speaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we make way for the third speaker on the opposition side. Let's make her welcome. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators and spectators. May I first start by saying once more, it seems the proposition does not get the point. Animal Farm. They then said again, it was fictional. We need to focus on moving forward. If we are supposed to start a real republic that we, the Jamaican people, can truly be proud of, we need to look at other situations like the school, which is in itself a mini country and has its own arms of government. I will not spend any more time on these ridiculous endeavors. They then said, I scratch your back, you scratch my back. But Mr. Speaker, their second speaker also stated that this was a recurring theme during election, where one of the animals were seeking support. Now, we see that this will not be eliminated if we appoint instead of elect, but will be more rampant, as we find that elections are very expensive, and as such it requires funding, which leads to the scratching of backs. Now I get into my point. We see that without consequence, there is chaos. Utter and total chaos. Now it should be noted that upon election of a senator, they must serve their term, while upon appointment of a senator, they would be held more accountable, and if needs be, if they are not performing their duty to the best of their ability or in the best interest of the Jamaican people, they can be removed. Mr. Speaker, we have seen many studies where, for example, university teachers, upon receiving tenure, have stopped, in a simple word, caring. As recent studies have shown that they feel more comfortable in these positions since there are no longer risk of losing said jobs. If we are to put these senators in the space of feeling comfortable, that there is really no need to really work for the people of Jamaica, that they must serve their tenure, that if I do not do my job, I still have this period of time. What is the point? We elect our senators and hold them to a high statute that they will do what they are put in these houses to do. If we are therefore not able to reprimand them and show them that there are consequences to not doing the jobs they are elected to, what is the point, Mr. Speaker? We also see where we talk more about gridlock. As my first speaker stated, I will emphasize on this point. As we see that there will be an extreme amount of gridlock, let us look at the US system of government. We find that lawyers, professors such as Stanford, Livingston, and Adine Renewman, and political commanders have criticized the US Constitution and senators' votes ruling due to the constant gridlock. We as Jamaica, as we move towards a republic, we need to make sure it is one of success. If it is a case where we are constantly in this battle, constantly in gridlock, as we would say, we find that no bills will be passed. And this is only crippling the development of Jamaica. If we cannot move forward and work together, what is the point? How will this benefit the betterment of people? The proposition would like us to believe that due to election our people will have a voice. But if there is rumbling in the parliamentarian houses and there is no work being done, how will their voices be heard? How will they see laws being passed that will help them in any way they need? Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and that is it for now. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to a pause. We'll take a 1-minute break to allow the finishing touches to be placed on the reply speeches. At the end of the 1-minute break, we'll resume with the reply speaker from the opposition bench, followed by that from the proposition. Hear, hear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to resume. The minute has just ended. And so we call upon the reply speaker from the opposition side, Mount Alvernia High School, to present their concluding arguments.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I found that was of importance to the Prime Minister's speech was the definitions that she gave. And to be very honest, these very definitions were misunderstood by her very own colleagues. The second speaker highlighted the flaws of the very election she said was at Manor Farm. She stated that it was an election. She highlighted the fact that they voted for the leader. However, she was mistaking it for appointing leaders. Now, I am going to restate what an election is and what an appointment is. An election is a formal and organized choice by vote of a person for a political office or other position, while appointment refers to a position to which one is assigned, as by a high government official. Office often suggests a position or trust or authority. As I said before, democracy is already done at the lower house. Why do we need a second lower house? Isn't that redundant? Are our lower house members doing what they're supposed to do? Are they not? Do we really need to extend the lower house? Because what you are suggesting is that we need a government that is for the people. Isn't that already in the lower house? Do we not need persons who will enforce the laws and the regulations and ensure that there is no corruption in the government? That is what the Senate is for. And if we are supposed to elect the very members that sit on the Senate, then what is the point of the Senate? Might as well we don't have one. I think everyone else agrees. Diversity over who can actually do the job. Now, what you guys are saying is that we should have members that the people are connected to the people. As you said before, appointed leaders are disconnected from the people. Are they aliens? I think not. Are they animals? I think not. They are the same people that come from these communities, and they are the same people that you guys would elect. Appointed members are not disconnected from the people, and you are suggesting that they be diverse. Do we need not competent people to be senators? Do we need not competent persons to pass and review these laws and legislations that the government passes? I think so. And this is where it's my case.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That reply speaker coming to you from Mount Alvernia High School. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the debate overall, we invite the reply speaker from the opposition team, Cambridge High School. Hear, hear.
The first speaker of the opposition stated that Edward Siaga had the choice to choose his senators, but Alexander Bustamante, the first Prime Minister of Jamaica, suggested that, but got declined by his fellow legislative members. So how did Edward Siaga had a choice to choose his senators? And you keep on ignoring the fact that Animal Farm was based off a true story. Ladies and gentlemen of this honorable house, good afternoon. Once again, a treat to democracy on any level is a treat to democracy on all levels. This afternoon, side opposition has revealed to us that democracy should not be embraced as one of the highest levels of governance. The Senate, additionally, they have failed to present to us a suitable and solid alternate policy, which would make appointment a better alternative to appointment. Free and fair election is the order of the day in every progress society. Why should this House not subscribe to same on the matter of appointing senators? Team Proposition has won this debate today on the grounds of putting forth a policy which still includes the voice of the leading state officials. The Governor General, Prime Minister, and the leader of the opposition is making their nominations. However, By increasing the number of nominees, the elector would still have a voice in the critical process, and even the very number of senators could still remain the same. As what currently exists, this is such an excellent policy. The purpose of this is to effect a reform in as smooth a way as possible. This is achieved by not causing unnecessary disruption to the status quo, but still doing enough to facilitate progress, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, progress. Advance the agenda of democracy on all levels. In doing this, it capitalizes on the advantages of the electoral process in ensuring that the right individuals are presenting us in our best interest. The flaws of the electoral process should not be used as an excuse to strive democracy, as side opposition is suggesting. Remember that we are referring to the Senate, a much smaller group of individuals, in comparison to the entire House. Hence, the electoral process can be managed and thus its benefits maximized. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted by the arguments that we've just gotten, and it's going to be a process for us to deliberate and come to a decision on the outcome of that match. So we're going to take our leave now to reflect on the arguments, and when we return, we'll return with the results. Hold on. Okay, I remember the scores. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back with the results after that entertaining match. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope it has sparked some ideas. But before I get into the reasons for the call and the justifications, I think we should take a second or so to really reflect on the good job that was done by the teams in this match. Let's give them both a round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have listened to this intriguing debate, but whether or not we should elect senators or we should stick with the arrangements as we have it now, where senators are appointed, which one should we do? We're contemplating a new constitution, a new system of governance, a new republic. What approach should we take with respect to our senators? Cambridge High School tells us we need to change things up. We need to elect them. Mount Alvernia says no, we should instead stick with what is tried and proven to work. We should continue to appoint them. Now, what is Cambridge's basis for advocating for the change? They tell us that democracy demands it. They say to us that having a system whereby the upper house, the senators, are more directly accountable to the people is far more desirable. I mean, how could it not be? They say to us that it gives you greater representation, so you get the people being able to select a greater spread of themselves to constitute their Senate, right? And they also speak to the fact that senators are therefore a bit more insulated from corruption and malpractice. Those were fundamentally the ideas coming from Cambridge High School. They brought an interesting point though. This point, a story from Animal Farm, and it brought me back to my high school days. Very, very intriguing story. A story layered with multiple interpretations. And so they say to us that Animal Farm is a sort of a microcosm, an example of what could obtain if we choose to elect senators. But I wonder if Cambridge High School realized that that example, as long as it was second speaker, didn't really help your case. Because in the example that you posited in Animal Farm, the animals, that process of election was a process marred by corruption. So it led me to wonder then, are you not recognizing that you're pointing to the fact that elections have an inbuilt weakness within them? I think you may have sensed that something was problematic with that example. And so you moved on immediately to say, well, you want elections that are free and fair. Yes? Free and fair. The challenge with advocating simply for a free and fair kind of electoral system is that we get no mechanism, no way of achieving that free and fair outcome. In as much as the Animal Farm example, we believe, was more typical of how elections are, subject to being manipulated, then to advocate for free and fair elections, we thought demanded some way of us achieving that, beyond simply saying, well, that's what we should achieve. Now let's look at what we got from Mount Alvernia High School, the opposition team. They tell us that we must zero in on the role of the Senate. So the Senate, and to borrow a term from the final speaker, the Senate is not just a duplication of the House of Representatives. The Senate is not supposed to simply exist to do what they, and to be model of the House of Representatives. We must first of all appreciate the role of the Senate, which is to be a house of review. A review chamber it is called. Now, what does that mean and how does that apply to this debate? Well, they tell us that a review chamber necessarily requires some degree of expertise, high-level training. And we very much like the example they brought about writing a book versus editing a book. You know, it doesn't take a whole range and complex and technical skill to write a book, but it requires a sophisticated level of knowledge, of grammar and so forth, in order to edit the book. And so the House of the Senate is for Mount Alvernia, the editors, requiring that expertise. So at that level, we thought that they do a good job. But then they go farther. They tell us that to have a house that is tasked with editing legislation, providing fine-tuning and really rigorously analyzing what is written in text format, that is achieved through the current process where the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition make recommendations to the Governor General. And they make recommendations, historically we've seen, they claim, recommendations that are indicative of the role of the Senate, populated by persons with high-level expertise. They say to elect senators, we get the risk of people who don't really know much about the process and the role for which they're elected. It becomes a popularity contest. It becomes a contest that mirrors the House of Representatives, the House of Commons in the British tradition. And that betrays, and not betrays, but that does a disservice to the role of the Senate. And so that kind of argument we very much appreciate from Mount Alvernia. Albeit the argument on the surface from Cambridge about greater democracy, greater people participation. People are more likely to be more confident in the system because they have a role to play in selecting who populate the senators. We like those ideas on the surface, but a deeper interrogation of that idea leads us to believe that, particularly for this issue, as it relates to how senators come into being, it was, we felt, not proven adequately by Cambridge High School, the need for higher levels of democracy, especially given the fact that we have that to a sufficient extent, it was felt, given the argumentation from Mount Alvernia, coming to us from the lower house, the House of Representatives. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with all of that said, I think the decision is clear. But what is not clear is the margins. So the team that wins this debate wins the debate with 244 points versus the team in second place, 211 points. Congratulations to Mount Alvernia High School for winning. Ladies and gentlemen, the best debaters in this match, we felt that the best debater was in fact the first speaker from the opposition team, Mount Alvernia. First speaker, congratulations. And the commendable debater, also from Mount Alvernia High School, the second speaker. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this debate reminds us of the important process that the country, Jamaica, is going through, a process towards effecting a new constitution. We hope that you have found it valuable. The conversations have sparked additional ideas, and that your commitment to participate constructively in the process towards a new constitution has now been advanced. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last set of matches for Zone B of the hashtag AFiWiRepublic Secondary Schools Debating Competition, where we engage in the critical matters that are surrounding the new constitution that Jamaica is seeking to adopt on our road to becoming a republic. With us, we have some of the brightest minds that we could find here in Zone B. We have the great Ocho Rios High School, who would have won their earlier competition. As you can see to my left, we do not have a team. Unfortunately, the team that Ocho Rios should have been debating today did not show up. As such, we're going to employ this format. The teams are going to present their speeches to me and my panel, and we're going to be asking you points of information. You're required to answer all those points of information to the best of your abilities. We're going to assess your critical thinking and on-the-point thinking as well. In terms of allocation of points, you will get an automatic 3 points, counting as a win since your teammates did not show up. And your speaker points will be determined by how many points you get in the match prior to this. So, with that little oddity out of the way, let us go into the substantive. As always, the speaker times are 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 5 minutes, and 3 minutes. In as much as there's no one to reply to, we won't be having a reply speech. The first and last minutes of your speeches are protected time. So, in terms of this match as well, another little oddity, in as much as there's no opponent for them to face off against, there's no need to fill out the public voting ballot. But if you want to show your support for your school regardless, by all means, please do so. So, at this point in time, I'm going to turn over to the proposition for them to open up this debate.
Audience and judges, pleasant good afternoon. This House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to include a guarantee to a universal basic income. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, according to Google Scholar, is a legal document that outlines and protects the fundamental rights and freedom of individuals within a particular jurisdiction. It is typically found in the constitution or legal framework of a country and serves as a foundation for ensuring the protection of basic human rights and civil liberties. Jamaica's charter was amended in 2011. Guarantee, according to Oxford Dictionary, means to promise with certainty. Universal basic income, according to Investopedia.com, is a government program in which every adult citizen receives a set amount of money regularly. We, without any hesitation or apology, strongly oppose this motion. While universal basic income has potential merits, where will the money come from? As first speaker, I will be examining the current status quo and look at ways on how this status quo could be improved and how the economic viability of a universal basic income. Currency Jamaica has a host of social welfare programs that provide assistance to the less fortunate and needy in our country. The Program of Advancement through Health and Education, PATH, is a conditional cash transfer program that provides financial assistance to low-income families and individuals. It targets households with children, pregnant and lactating women, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. Then, you have the Steps to Work program. Steps to Work program. This program provides employment support to unemployed individuals, helping them to acquire job skills and find suitable employment opportunities. It focuses on helping participants to overcome barriers to employment and transition to the workforce. Then you have National Insurance Scheme, NIS. NIS is a social security program that provides benefits to insured workers and their dependents in the event of unemployment, sickness, maternity, retirement, or death. It helps to provide financial security to workers and their families during challenging life circumstances. And there are many other programs that exist. So, Jamaica has a comprehensive network of social programs designed to target specific areas of need within our society. By focusing on targeted programs, we can allocate resources more efficiently, ensuring that those who require assistance receive the appropriate support.
Point of information?
Yes.
Why would the government decide what targeted area needs the money, as opposed to a universal basic income where we can give the money directly to the people so they can spend it on what they need?
Because seeing that, may I repeat the question, please?
So, in a targeted fund, the government decides where the money should go. With a universal basic income, we give the money to the people so they can allocate the money based on their needs.
Okay. Because having a universal basic income would have everybody having the same amount of income, right? Seeing that there are also people who are less fortunate receiving this same income, that means that they would also have the same opportunities as those with more income. So more so that those who are less fortunate cannot be treated like those who are in higher positions. So seeing that they would be more needy and would need more money, they would need a special kind of treatment, like in terms of finances. So, ladies and gentlemen, we on this side would support a strengthening of these social programs that already exist to include more vulnerable individuals, to have a greater coverage of people, and even to increase incrementally the benefits that beneficiaries receive, but not a wholesale distribution of free money to individuals that do not need it. Take, for example, the principal of Spot Valley High School, who receives an annual income of $9 million a year, and the janitor receiving a yearly income of $600,000, both receiving a universal basic income. What need would the principal have for this income? Would this be fair? No. So my point is, let us strengthen the current welfare program. By building our existing programs, we can continue to make a meaningful impact on the lives of our citizens without the need for a universal basic income. Let us focus on maximizing the potential of our current social programs to create a brighter, more equitable future for all Jamaicans. Let us now reason on the economic viability of universal basic income. In Jamaica, universal basic income entails providing a regular and unconditional cash transfer to every citizen, regardless of their income level or financial need. While this may seem like an appealing concept, the sheer size of Jamaica's population poses significant financial challenges. Implementing UBI would require substantial financial resources, well beyond the capacity of our current budget. Given Jamaica's limited financial resources, funding a UBI would necessitate raising additional revenue through taxation or other means. Increasing taxes can burden individuals, families, and businesses, potentially stifling economic growth and investment. This scenario is not conducive to a thriving economy and could lead to unintended consequences, such as reduced consumer spending and lower business profitability. UBI's cost would not only encompass the direct cash transfers, but also the administrative expenses associated with managing such a vast program. Establishing an efficient, transparent system to distribute payments to every citizen would require a significant investment in infrastructure, technology, and personnel. Further adding to the financial burden on the government, implementing UBI without careful consideration of its financial sustainability could lead to budget deficits and national debt accumulation.
All right. We'd like to thank you very much for that speech and for your very good response to my point of information.
Thank you.
We now invite the second speaker to present her case.
Honorable judges, my opponents, and audience, good afternoon. Today I rise and join my first speaker in opposing the motion. This House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to include a guarantee to a universal basic income. I will talk about these 2 points. First, UBI removes incentive to work. The money being distributed can be beneficial for other pressing needs in the countries. I too agree with my first speaker that we have no need for a basic income. Why? As I said before, it removes the incentive to work, affecting the economy and leading to labor loss and shortening of skills and human resources. According to basicincome.org, Thomas Spencer, who formulated universal basic income in the 18th century, wanted to reduce poverty and income equality and improve physical and mental health. But by doing this, he gave the people a reason not to work. This will ultimately increase the unemployment rate, lead to less productivity and overall harm the economy, in which my third speaker will elaborate more on. Seeing that the basic income would not be distributed by households but individually, the UBI plan is very expensive. The government knows not of the intention of these individuals. The government may distribute this money as a means of taking care of one's basic needs, while the people see basic income as a way to splurge and indulge in unhealthy habits like gambling and abuse of substance, like alcohol and marijuana. How do I know this? Because according to UN.int/Jamaica News, 40% of all Jamaicans indulge in drinking, and according to Jamaican Gleaner, 34.4% of all Jamaicans indulge in gambling. According to Britannica.com, universal basic income takes money from the poor and gives it to everyone, robbing the lower and middle class of the little that they have, to give to people who are upper class and financially stable, making the poor poorer and the rich richer, therefore worsening the wealth gap and promoting financial inequality. So tell me, proposing team, do we want to see our country fall because we can make the right choice? For example, according to loanscanada.com, Canada tried to use universal basic income as a way to keep Canada afloat, but failed because it would decrease the number of Canadians in the workforce. I strongly believe that the government can find other purposes for this money to better develop the country.
Point of information. There's a scientist called Maslow who created a hierarchy of needs. And at the very basic level of that need is the need for survival, water, food. Universal basic income will cover that need. As you go up, the willing to rise in your career will encourage people to continue to work. So I don't think that a universal basic income is going to stop people from wanting to work, because they always want to do better.
Well, I too agree, but some people take disadvantage of the fact that they're getting money. As I said before, they wouldn't want to work because they're getting money already, so they wouldn't see the need to work.
I did hear you mention the fact that having a universal income would basically be taking from the poor and giving to the rich. Now, in the system that we currently have with the programs that your first speaker would have mentioned, such as PATH, there are persons that need it and don't benefit from it because of corruption and other things that run rampant in our country. Wouldn't you say a universal basic income would solve that issue, where the money is given to the people and they can at least meet their basic needs, rather than it being placed into the hands of the government for them to decide if you need it? I'm sure that you face issues at home that your classmates don't know about.
Well, yes, I do agree with what you're saying. But if there are people who are more needed than some, there should be something different for them. Instead of the government giving it to everybody, there should be a group of people that help them, instead of a big body of people that helps everyone, given to people who are financially stable and need nothing more. I strongly believe that the government can find other purposes for this money to better develop the country. Look at Jamaica, a third world country. We have very little resources to develop our country if we have no money to do so. If we have no money to do this, how will we fulfill the universal basic income? The money being distributed can be used for other use to better us as a people and us as a region. We can use the money for shelters for the homeless, hurricane shelters, hospitals to accommodate more patients, hospitals and health center equipment. For example, right now the road condition in Jamaica is very poor and is in dire need of repair. The money that is being used to give to the rich, it could be used to address these issues, hence making Jamaica a place to live, raise families, and do business. I say there is no need for universal basic income. It will only have a bad impact on our region and countries. The UBI plan is overall a waste of money. It leads to labor loss, encourages unhealthy behaviors, and widens the wage gap. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we now invite the third opposition speaker to close out this debate.
Honorable judges, officials, spectators, opponents, and my fellow debaters, a pleasant afternoon to you all. I come to you as the third opposing speaker to summarize why this House disagrees with the motion. This House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to include a guarantee to a universal basic income. The four main points that were stated by my previous speakers were: 1. UBI is expensive and will negatively affect Jamaica's economy. 2. It encourages unhealthy behaviors. 3. It widens the wage gap. And 4. It leads to labor loss. Point 1. UBI is expensive and will negatively affect Jamaica's economy. The UBI plan, as said by Speaker 2, is expensive because it caters to individuals and not households. If the universal basic income is implemented, Jamaica's GPD, which was 14.66 in 2021, 14.66 million USD in 2021 will fall by 6.1% by 2027 and 7.9.3% by 2032.
Point of information. You keep repeating that it's expensive. What we would do is increase the taxes on the wealthiest corporations and then use the revenue from that to invest into people who need it. So that will cover the argument of it being too expensive. We tax the rich and give to the poor.
Thanks. Well, but if the poor is no longer working, well, in our argument, as we said, that the poor, most persons wouldn't even bother to work, so they'd be just spending on their basic needs. That there wouldn't be enough money like circulating, So in the end, the rich would also be losing in some cases because the market wouldn't be as strong as it used to be. So the money wouldn't really be there like that. You understand? Continuing. Point 2, it encourages unhealthy behaviors. Considering that 40% of Jamaicans drink alcohol and 34.4% of Jamaicans gamble, if those persons who are already addicted are given a lump sum of money, they'll use it to fuel their addiction. Point 3, it widens the wage gap. Universal basic income leads to financial inequality, as money is taken from the poor and given to the rich, which further divides the people. Point 4, it leads to labor loss. Let's take a minute to look at how detrimental labor loss could be to our society. According to ZoTalentSolutions.com, only 20% of people are truly passionate about their jobs. So if the UBI plan is implemented, who's to say that the remaining 80% won't run the hills, leaving their employers with a letter of resignation and plummeting profit? Those who work in so-called dirty jobs, like plumbers, sewage cleaners, and mechanics, would jump at the opportunity to leave their harsh working conditions for an easier life.
Point of information. So, in our world, individuals are not just going to leave their job. It's more likely that once their needs are met, they can go out and buy things like cars and houses and contribute to the economy. So we won't necessarily see a market lapse, and we won't necessarily see people not wanting to work, because there's always something greater to achieve with the extra money.
Yes, we're not actually saying that all 80% of persons are just going to leave their jobs, but there's going to be a majority of persons that are saying, oh well, why work? Understand what I'm saying? So there will be a decrease either way in employment. Okay, continuing. Those who work in so-called dirty jobs like plumbers, sewage cleaners, and mechanics would jump at the opportunity to leave their harsh working conditions for an easier life of living off the UBI. This would also make those services scarce. According to Investopedia, if individuals are not employed, they are not spending, which means businesses do not invest in capital and labor or try to expand or meet consumer demand. This translates into an economic slowdown and a drastic increase in the levels of unemployment. This is why we believe that instead of implementing something that will cost Jamaica economically and divide the people, the government should instead use the little money we have to develop the country by strengthening the current programs, building healthcare facilities, health center equipment, and shopping centers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the team from Ocho Rios. Thank you very much to the team from Ocho Rios for your speeches. We can tell that a lot of research went into it, and we appreciate your contestations to our points of information. It shows critical thinking and the ability to pivot. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the final match in this particular segment of Zone B. Of course, if you're still online, feel free to log in and look at the other match, which is happening at the alternative YouTube channel. So if you're on Jade Limited right now, you can visit advocatesnetwork.ja and vice versa and tune into that match. Thank you very much.